Hello there, my sleepy fellows. Tonight, we begin our journey not with clamour or urgency, but with quiet steps under the soft veil of twilight. The Shire lies behind us, nestled in peace, its round windows glowing gently with firelight, and the hills breathing slow beneath the rising stars. A cool breeze carries the scent of earth and wild thyme, and somewhere in the distance, a night bird sings its low, lonesome song. The world is still. The worries of the day are behind you now, and in their place comes the hush of another tale. One that has waited long in shadow, tucked beneath snow-capped mountains and hidden valleys. This is not a story of battle or fury, but of memory, forgotten paths, and quiet wonder. So rest your head, draw your blanket close, and let your thoughts drift like mist through the trees. For tonight, we shall gently walk the silent roads
of the north, where ancient stones still whisper of the forgotten fortress of Angmar. The stars are watching, the wind is listening, and our story is just beginning.
Now that you're settled, my sleepy fellows, let us lean into the hush of night together, where thoughts soften and time seems to slow. Tonight's tale will not rush you, nor stir your heart with fear. Instead, it will carry you gently, like a leaf floating along a quiet river, toward a place rarely spoken of and long forgotten by most of Middle-earth. Far to the north, past the windswept hills and frost-laced forests, beyond the last settled lands of men and dwarves, there lies a realm hidden by time and shadow. Once it was feared by many. Whispers spoke of a fortress high among the broken peaks, a stronghold of cold stone and colder silence, where the witch king of Angmar once ruled beneath a crown of iron and winter. But long have those days passed. The darkness that once lingered there has thinned, and in its place now rests only echo and memory. In this story we will follow a quiet traveler, not a warrior nor a king, but a thoughtful soul with a heart tuned to the gentle murmur of the world, drawn by something older than fear, older than even curiosity. They will walk softly through forgotten woods and snow-covered ruins in search of a truth that has waited patiently to be found. There will be no battles, no shouts, no chase through storm or fire. Only footsteps on moss, the creak of old gates beneath starlight, and the soft glow of ancient runes long hidden from the waking world. This is a story of discovery, of what remains when fear is gone and silence is allowed to speak. And if you find peace in these quiet wanderings, dear listener, I invite you to stay a while. If you enjoy these soft stories of Middle-earth, gently whispered to you beneath the stars, feel free to like this tale, subscribe for more, and tap the bell icon so these journeys always find their way back to you. Now take a deep breath. Let the stillness settle around you, for the road to Angmar is long and quiet, and our story begins with a single step. Our story begins in the northernmost stretch of Eledor, where the hills turn wild and the trees grow older than names. There, nestled in a quiet valley shadowed by gentle ridges, lived a wanderer named Eledor Mossvale. Eledor was not a man of great titles nor known tales. He had no family crest, no shining sword, and wore no armor. His cloak was soft brown and weathered, patched lovingly in places by hand, and he carried with him only a journal, a walking stick, and a satchel filled with maps, dried herbs, and little treasures gathered over the years. A quiet soul, Eledor spoke little and listened often, especially to the wind in the trees and the hush that lingers just before twilight. His hair was streaked with grey, not from age, but from seasons spent under open skies. His eyes, calm and thoughtful, held a soft glimmer, like starlight seen through forest branches. He had the look of someone who'd walked many paths, yet never hurried. He lived in a small stone cottage tucked beneath a slope of ivy and thistle, where the chimney always smoked gently in the evenings and the garden bloomed with wildflowers no one had planted. Eledor was a keeper of stories, though he rarely told them aloud. He gathered tales from old ruins and half-burned pages, from travelers in roadside inns and ancient songs hummed by rivers. He believed the land itself carried memory, and that if one walked slowly enough, with eyes open and heart quiet, it would share those memories in its own time. Lately, though, a new feeling had settled over him, not unpleasant, but persistent. It stirred in the early morning wind, rustled in the distant branches. A feeling as if something far away was calling, not loudly, but with the weight of long-forgotten things. He noticed strange birds flying south before the frost. He saw frost form too early on the edges of his window, and once, when passing a withered oak tree, he saw a carved mark glowing faintly beneath the bark, then fading before his fingers could touch it. He did not yet know what it meant, only that it had begun, and that some part of him had been waiting for this for a very long time. The land around his cottage was quiet, full of low hills, mossy stones, and bramble thickets where deer wandered unbothered. There were no roads leading north from there, only old trails half lost to time, winding through forgotten woods and shadowed hollows. Eledor had walked those paths often, not to reach a destination, but to listen to what lay beyond. It is there, in the hush between the hills, that his journey begins. Not with a shout, nor with a storm, but with a hush. A quiet so deep it carried memory, and a name long buried in the snow. Angmar. Each morning, Eledor rose before the sun crested the hills, stirred gently from slumber by the soft coo of doves nesting in the eaves above his window. The blanket of night still lingered in folds along the valley, and a faint mist clung to the grass like a memory reluctant to let go. The cottage remained still, holding its warmth from the fire that had burned through the night, and Eledor would sit for a while in silence before lighting a new flame, watching the orange glow grow from embers with calm, practiced hands. His days followed no grand schedule. There were no bells, no duties pressing upon his time. He tended to his garden, read from worn pages of ancient books, and walked long stretches through the hills and old forest trails with no destination in mind. He was not one to chase after days. He let them unfold. The garden was his first stop after tea. Rows of herbs, sage, mint, elderflower, thrived under his care, tucked beside bursts of violet crocus and soft yellow buttercup. A low stone wall framed the patch, mossy and round-edged, with ivy weaving through the cracks like green lace. He'd often pause to greet a slow-moving snail or gently brush his fingers across the fragrant leaves. When the wind carried cool air from the north, it brought the scent of pine and old bark, a scent that made Eledor pause and breathe just a bit deeper. By mid-morning, he would climb the slope behind the cottage to sit beside the standing stone. No one remembered who placed it there, but it had always been part of the land, leaning slightly, carved with faint marks worn almost smooth by wind and rain. Birds would often rest atop it. Sometimes Eledor would lean against it with his eyes closed, simply listening to the breeze hum through the valley. It was in these quiet moments that he often felt most at peace and most aware of things unseen. He would return to the cottage by early afternoon, the path winding through low brambles and tall grass, sun dappling the ground through beech and birch. A pot of soup might bubble over the hearth, or bread might rise beneath a towel near the window. Books waited for him on the table, journals of old kings, travel records, or crumbling maps whose borders had long since faded. It was during one of these gentle, book-filled afternoons that he first noticed the hum. It came not from the fire or the breeze, nor from the kettle or distant bees. It was softer than that, barely there. A vibration just beneath the silence, like the air holding its breath. It began when his finger touched a page in a book he had read many times before, a dwarven surveyor's journal from the northern passes. Where there had once been only empty parchment in the margin, a faint mark now shimmered. 3 tiny peaks, etched so lightly they could vanish with a blink, accompanied by a single word: Carn Dûm. Eledor sat back, lips parted slightly. The name sounded familiar, but not in the way one remembers. It felt more like something his bones remembered, something that stirred in dreams or in half-forgotten songs. He stared at the mark until the late sunlight crept across the page, and the shimmer was gone. The following day the air felt different, not cold nor sharp, but filled with presence, as if the wind carried watchers on its back. He stepped outside and noticed a flower blooming at the edge of the path, a pale blue blossom with petals like frost. It hadn't been there before, not even in seed. He knelt beside it, curious. The air around it felt cooler, but not harsh, just still. The kind of stillness that comes before snowfall. He left it untouched and went about his routine, but a thread of thought pulled at the edges of his mind. That evening, while stirring the coals in his fireplace, he noticed a faint glimmer within the hearthstones, runes that were not there before, glowing for the briefest second, and vanishing before he could read them. It was subtle, all of it, nothing loud or alarming, only whispers in the quiet, a hum behind the wind, a silence that seemed deeper than usual. By the third day, the longing had settled fully into his chest, not urgent, not painful. Just a gentle tug, a curiosity that moved like a slow tide beneath his ribs. He walked farther than usual, letting his feet wander beyond the hills he knew well. The trees here were older, twisted in shape and deeply rooted, their bark pale and cold to the touch. He found himself on a ridge just before sunset, looking out across a wide plain he had not seen before. The grass there grew in tufts, wild and wind-blown, and a narrow trail ran through it, barely more than a game path. Yet something about it called to him, not loudly, more like a memory that wanted to be remembered. The next morning, he packed a small satchel, dried bread, a flask of tea, his journal, and the map where Carn Dûm had shimmered. He did not tell himself it was a journey, not yet, just a walk, a longer walk than usual. The flower at the edge of the path still bloomed, untouched by sun or wind. He paused and bowed his head slightly before passing it. The hills opened gently as he walked, and the wind picked up a sound he could almost understand, like an old lullaby sung without words. The trail led him deeper into the forgotten land. The air grew cooler, but never bitter. The sky stayed soft with drifting clouds. Time seemed to stretch. It was here, in this hush, between the Shire and the Wild, where mystery first revealed itself, not with a roar, but a sigh, not with a flash, but a feeling. Something was calling, something old, something that had waited just for him. The trail beyond the ridge bent quietly to the north, winding through soft hills where moss blanketed fallen stones and roots curled like ancient fingers through the soil. Eledor's footsteps made little sound on the forest floor, cushioned by years of fallen leaves. The deeper he walked, the more the world around him began to feel aware. Not watchful in a fearful sense, just present, like the land was listening. To his steps, the trees grew taller here, more closely knit. Their bark was smooth and silver-grey, and their leaves trembled gently even when the air was still. Strange birds, with calls like the chime of distant bells, fluttered through the canopy. Eledor paused often, not because he was tired, but because the world seemed to offer small moments of wonder if one only took the time to notice. Near midday, he reached a glade that felt untouched by time. A pool of clear water sat in the center, perfectly round, its surface unmoving even though the breeze stirred the grass nearby. Around it, pale stones formed a ring, each upright and carved with faint symbols nearly lost to moss. One stone was taller than the others and leaned slightly toward the pool, as though trying to remember something. Eledor knelt by the edge, staring into the water. At first, it simply reflected the clouds above, drifting slowly across the sky. But then the image shifted, not quickly, but like fog lifting from a memory. Beneath the surface, he saw ruins, tall, broken walls, towers crumbling into frost, arches lined with shadow. A fortress made of black stone and snow. Carn Dûm, he blinked, and the image vanished. Only his own face looked back now, calm but wide-eyed. He reached out toward the water's surface but did not touch it. The air above it felt thicker somehow, almost humming like a string pulled tight. A single breath was all he dared. Then he rose and moved on, heart steady but mind stirring. Later that day, as dusk crept into the forest, Eledor found something else. A patch of forest floor where the leaves were gone, as if swept away by careful hands.
In the centre, half buried in soil, lay an object, a small, smooth stone with a single rune carved into its centre.
The rune shimmered softly when he brushed the dirt away, glowing faintly with a pale blue light. It was warm to the touch, not hot, just warm enough to feel like it remembered being held. He turned it over in his palm. The rune was elvish, but
old, ancient even. A name came to him, unbidden, Ithel Noroth. The name of a hidden spring, once said to flow near the edges of Angmar's forgotten borderlands.
a place of cleansing spoken of only in fragments, often dismissed as myth. The wind picked up then, but not with force. It carried with it a smell, pine, frost, and something older, like stone after rain touched by starlight. As he breathed it in, fireflies gathered nearby, dozens of them, glowing faintly golden, circling slowly through the trees in near silence. Eledor stood still, watching. The fireflies began to drift in a single direction, not hurried, but deliberate, as if inviting him to follow. And so he did. The woods deepened, the trunks of the trees growing wider, their roots so thick they seemed to pulse with memory. Every now and then he'd catch sight of faint lights between the trees, glimmers that might have been lanterns, or stars reflected in air, too clear to be sky. Then just beyond a break in the undergrowth, he saw a path he had never noticed before. Not a road, not even a trail, but a smooth clearing lined with stones that curved gently through the trees. As he stepped onto it, the forest grew quieter, not empty, just softer. A hush settled over everything, like the first snowfall blanketing the land in silence. And there, in the quiet, Eledor heard something. Just a faint sound. Not words, not music. It was more like a presence, humming in harmony with the world around him. It rose and fell like breath, calming and low, and though he could not understand it, he felt no fear. It was like the land itself was singing. He followed the sound until it faded, leading him to a grove where moonlight spilled through a break in the trees. In the center stood a great tree, gnarled and tall, with silver leaves that rustled without wind. At its base lay a ring of stones, and within the ring an old helm, half buried in earth and moss. Eledor approached it slowly, kneeling beside the forgotten relic. It was rusted, lined with cracks, but still carried a shape of nobility, tall and sharp with a narrow crest. Not a warrior's helm, but something ceremonial, perhaps once worn by a commander or a king. He did not touch it. Instead, he placed the rune stone beside it, and the two glowed briefly in harmony before fading once more. The fireflies scattered into the trees, and the wind resumed, soft and cool. Eledor stayed a while longer beneath the silver-leafed tree, breathing in the stillness. Around him, the night deepened, but brought no chill. Only calm, only quiet. By the time he returned to his small camp, just a bedroll beneath a bent pine, the stars had emerged in full, shining through the trees in clusters and quiet constellations. He stared at them for a long while, his heart not racing, but deeply aware. Something was unfolding, not a great quest, not a call to arms, but a story long waiting to be remembered. He understood now. This journey was not about finding something new. It was about listening to what had never stopped speaking. And the land, at last, knew someone was listening. The morning came quietly, as though it had tiptoed into the forest on soft feet. A thin mist hugged the mossy ground, and shafts of pale light filtered down through the tall trees, catching on dew-laced branches and turning the glade silver. Eledor stirred slowly beneath his pine shelter, eyes opening not with urgency, but with a gentle awareness. His thoughts were not loud, nor confused, only calm and watchful, like the hush that lingers before birds begin their morning songs. The memories of the previous day lingered in his bones, the humming path, the silver-leafed tree, and the helm resting in the earth like a forgotten thought. He took his time packing his satchel, brushing morning frost from his cloak, and sipping from a warm flask of tea that he had tucked by his side. The forest around him was still, but not lifeless. It waited, not in tension, but in expectancy, as though something ahead was ready to be seen, but would not force itself upon him. Not unless he asked, and Eledor was ready to ask, not with words, but with steps. He followed the smooth clearing again, the same barely there trail lined with stones, each softened by time and moss. The light grew thinner as the trees pressed closer together, but his path was clear. Birds did not sing here, yet the forest did not feel hostile, only reverent, as though he walked through a place not forgotten, but quietly remembered by the land alone. Then he saw it. It began with the stones, not natural ones, not scattered by chance, but shaped and placed with purpose. 2 rows of upright pillars no taller than a man, framing a narrow corridor that led downward between ridged cliffs. Their surfaces were covered in carvings, some dwarvish, some elvish, some unknown. Eledor ran his fingers along them as he passed, feeling warmth beneath the stone that should not have been there. At the base of the corridor, the walls of the forest fell away, replaced by ancient black rock. The land opened suddenly into a basin ringed by tall hills and jagged peaks, their tops still dusted with last season's snow. And there, built into the far side of the cliff, stood a structure. Half buried, shrouded in ivy and time, it was more ruin than fortress, but it was no less awe-inspiring for its age. Its walls, carved from obsidian dark stone, reached upward in crumbling towers. Arched windows, long shattered, stared blankly out over the valley. Great double doors, shut tight and sealed with runes, stood at the heart of it all, like a mouth closed in solemn silence. Eledor paused, breath slow, heart calm. This was no place marked on maps, no place spoken of in inns or villages. And yet it had found him. He walked forward slowly, his boots crunching on frost-covered grass. The basin was quiet, and yet his presence seemed to stir the air. Leaves rustled at his passing, even though there was no wind. The earth felt firm beneath his steps, but hummed faintly with each movement. At the doors, he placed a hand gently on the ancient wood. It was cold, but not dead. The runes carved into the surface flickered faintly, light pulsing just beneath the surface, as if stirred by recognition. The same rune glowed on the stone he had found days before, now tucked safely in his satchel. As if guided by instinct rather than thought, Eledor retrieved the stone and held it before the door. The reaction was immediate, yet not violent. The runes on the door responded in kind, glowing gently in soft blue waves. A faint hum filled the air, low and steady, like a song sung through stone. And then, with a whisper of air and a soft groan of ancient hinges, the doors parted, just enough to allow passage. Eledor stepped inside. He did not know what he expected. A grand hall, perhaps, or a vault lined with relics, but what he found instead was silence. A long corridor stretched before him, lit by veins of glowing crystal embedded in the walls. The light was gentle and blue, pulsing in slow rhythm, like breath. The walls were lined with murals, scenes carved into the black stone, worn smooth, but still legible to one who took time. He passed each one slowly, studying the figures and symbols. One showed a gathering of kings beneath a great mountain, figures in robes, not armor, with hands raised not in command, but in prayer. Another depicted a map, the frozen north, marked not by borders or cities, but by lights and trails in the stars. At the center, the same fortress, only brighter, surrounded by radiance rather than ruin. The final mural stopped him in his tracks. It showed a traveler, small in stature, standing alone at the foot of the fortress gates. His head was bowed, his cloak worn. Around him, the land glowed faintly, and above him, the stars curved like a crown, and beneath the carving, in elvish and the common tongue, were the words, "He who listens shall be shown. He who remembers shall awaken what sleeps." Eledor stood in silence, breath deep and slow. He did not feel fear. He felt wonder, not loud or overwhelming, but deep and steady. Like he had found something not meant to be claimed, but understood. Breeze stirred within the corridor then. Impossible, but there. It carried the scent of snow and old stone, of memory and moss. It passed over him gently, and in its passing the crystals dimmed until the corridor fell into darkness once more. But the doors did not close. Eledor turned, walking slowly back through the open gateway and into the basin. The sky above had shifted, the sun now low, casting long golden rays through the gap in the cliffs. The light struck the walls of the fortress, turning the black stone warm for a breath, and in that moment the ruin looked almost alive again. He stepped out and stood in the grass, eyes closed, listening. The silence was rich now. Not empty, but full. Full of meaning. Full of presence. The kind of silence that comes only when something has been gently revealed and waits to see if it will be respected. Eledor placed the rune stone at the foot of the doors, resting it carefully where the light still touched. Then, without a word, he turned and walked back toward the forest path. He did not need to explore the fortress further. Not now. He had glimpsed what it held, not in full but in part. enough to know it lived not only in stone, but in the memory of the land, and in himself. The mystery was not a puzzle to be solved, it was a story, waiting to be remembered, and now it had been. The stars had begun to appear by the time Eledor stepped beyond the edge of the basin. Their pale glimmers blinked one by one above the hills, scattering across the heavens like quiet lanterns lit for travelers returning home. The light of day had faded into soft hues of lavender and deep blue, and the forest greeted his return not with silence, but with a slow exhale. Branches swaying gently overhead, leaves rustling like pages turned. By an unseen hand, Eledor found his old camp still waiting beneath the bent pine. He sat upon a flat stone, pulling his cloak tighter around his shoulders, though the night air was not sharp. It was simply cool, just enough to make him draw inward, as if the world itself was gently asking him to pause. And so he did. He did not reach for a journal or make a fire. Instead, he gazed upward into the sky, his thoughts drifting like the breeze through the trees. He had not spoken a word since leaving the gates of the forgotten fortress. There had been no need. The story had spoken for itself. Through stone, through light, through silence. What had he truly discovered? The question passed through his mind, but it carried no urgency, no pressure. The answer, he knew, did not need to come all at once. It would settle into him slowly, like the glow of starlight settling upon water. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He remembered the door, sealed by forgotten runes, opened not by force, but by recognition. He remembered the hum that filled the corridor, the images carved in crystal and shadow. He remembered the mural, the traveler standing small and silent at the gates, crowned not by jewels or fire, but by stars. And then he remembered the words, "He who listens shall be shown. He who remembers shall awaken what sleeps." The runes had not asked for anything. They had not demanded bravery or lineage or power, only presence, only awareness, only remembrance. Eledor began to see it more clearly now. This was never a quest for answers in the way the old tales described. There were no riddles to solve, no enemies to confront. This was something quieter and older. A memory, yes, but not just of stone. A memory of purpose, of why such places had been built, of why they had been forgotten, and of the quiet longing that had remained, buried not only beneath the fortress, but within the land and within himself. He thought of the flower that bloomed out of season, of the rune that shimmered on an old page, of the faint hum behind the wind. They were not warnings, they were invitations. The world had been calling, not to be saved, but to be seen, and Eledor had answered, not with weapons or pride, but with stillness, with gentle curiosity, with a willingness to sit and listen to what the land had to say. He remembered now, too, the tales he had heard in childhood. Not the great songs of battle, but the softer ones, the ones spoken in kitchens by firelight, or whispered by traveling minstrels who stayed only a night. Stories of places that existed only when one stopped looking for them, and people who walked softly enough to find them. Places like Carn Dûm. Only now did he realize the fortress had
never vanished.
It had simply gone quiet, waiting for someone who would not ask what it could give, but what it had left behind. His gaze drifted westward toward the horizon where the forest thinned and the hills rolled like sleeping giants beneath the moon. He saw nothing unusual, but he felt it, the same gentle pull that had guided him all along. It was never about treasure or lost power. It was about connection, about the quiet threads that still lingered between the ages, barely visible yet strong. He placed a hand to his chest where the rune stone had once rested in his satchel, now laid to rest at the gates of the fortress. Though it was gone, the warmth remained. Not physical warmth, but something deeper. The feeling of something waking in him. Or perhaps something remembered. In that moment he understood. This was not the end of the journey. It was the beginning
of understanding. Not all stories are meant to be finished with triumph or finality.
Some stories unfold like songs with no chorus, just verses that drift and echo into the night, leaving you with more than they began. He would return home, yes, to his little cottage in the valley, to his garden, his books, his fire. The mist would still rise in the morning. The birds would still sing. The standing stone on the hill would still catch the light just before sunset. But he would not return unchanged. He would see more clearly now. He would hear more deeply, and in moments of stillness, he would remember the feel of that cool breeze stirring through ancient halls, the way the runes glowed when held with care, and the knowledge that he had stepped inside a story few remembered, but many still needed. A story that did not ask to be told, only honored. He smiled softly to himself as the wind rustled again through the trees. He would not tell the tale to many, perhaps only in whispers to a wandering friend, perhaps only in his journal or in the silence between tea and twilight, and that, he thought, would be enough. For some mysteries are not meant to be shared loudly. They are meant to rest gently in the heart, held not with answers, but with peace. And so, under a sky scattered with stars and stories, Eledor let his thoughts fall still. Not empty, but full. Not resolved, but understood. And the forest around him, ancient and aware, exhaled once more. The land remembered. And now, so did he. The next day arrived gently, with a sky washed in muted silver. Clouds drifted lazily over the hills like slow-moving ships, their bellies soft and low, carrying no storm, only shade and silence. Eledor rose with the light, his limbs calm, his breath even. There was no haste in him, no need to reach a particular place by nightfall. The forest had softened around him, its paths more welcoming than before, as if the earth itself now recognized him as one who listened. He walked steadily, letting the rhythm of his steps match the steady heartbeat of the land. Each bend in the trail brought him further from the ruins of Carn Dûm, but the memory of that quiet fortress remained with him, not as a burden, but as a gentle warmth resting just beneath his ribs. By midday, he emerged onto a high ridge where the trees thinned, and the land opened into a vast grassy upland. From here he could see distant ranges to the west, dark and old, and rivers that wound like silver threads across the lower valleys. The wind was stronger here, steady, cool, and carrying with it scents from places far beyond his sight. It was there, along that wind-swept rise, that Eledor first saw the figure. A cloaked traveller stood some distance ahead, resting beside a cairn of ancient stones. Their back was turned, and their cloak fluttered softly in the breeze, pale grey with the shimmer of elven weaving. Eledor slowed his steps, not with suspicion, but with reverence. There was a presence to this figure, an aura of age and stillness, as if they too were part of the land. The traveller turned before Eledor could speak, revealing a calm, ageless face beneath a hood of woven silver thread.
Hair like starlight fell across their shoulders, and their eyes, deep and distant, carried the quiet strength of one who had seen the rising and falling of many seasons. "You walk the quiet road," the elf said, their voice gentle, like the
rustling of leaves on a windless night. Eledor bowed his head instinctively. "I listen," he replied softly. A smile touched the elf's lips. "Few do." They introduced themselves simply as Lindirian, a wanderer of the northern paths, one who had remained in Middle-earth long after many of their kind had sailed west. "There are still songs here," Lindirian said, "though few ears remain to hear them." They shared the cairn for a time, seated upon the smooth stones as the wind moved gently around them. No tales of war were spoken. No grand deeds recounted. Instead, Lindirian told soft fragments of lore, tales of hidden springs in the hills of Rudor, of nightingales that once sang at the foot of Carn Dûm, and of lanterns left burning in towers that no longer stood. Eledor listened with a still
heart. He felt not as though he was learning something new, but as though he was remembering something he had once known and forgotten. Before they parted, Lindirian reached into their cloak and withdrew a small, folded square of cloth.
Inside it was a shard of obsidian, polished and etched with a rune he did not recognize. "It is not a key," the elf said, placing it gently into Eledor's palm, "nor a weapon, but it remembers." Eledor bowed again, gratitude in his eyes. Lindirian turned, and without sound stepped into the grass beyond the cairn, disappearing as the wind shifted through the valley. The elf did not look back. Later that evening, Eledor came to a narrow glen where the trail dipped into a bowl of ancient pine and hemlock. Shadows moved softly between the trees, and the air carried the scent of distant smoke. He followed these, smell, and soon came upon a small camp, a fire built low, carefully tended, with a figure seated beside it, sharpening a long curved blade. This traveller was no elf. A man, weather-worn, cloaked in layers of green and brown, with eyes like flint and a beard speckled with grey. At first glance he looked like a hunter or a soldier, but when he looked up and met Eledor's gaze, there was no challenge in his eyes. Only recognition. "You've seen the stone place?" the man said. It was not a question. Eledor nodded. The man gestured to the fire. "Sit then." They shared no names that night, only silence and soft stories. "The ranger," for that is, what Eledor came to believe he was, spoke little. But when he did, his words carried the weight of remembered things. He told of mountain storms and watchfires long gone cold, of roads that no longer appeared on maps, and of a company that once passed through these lands under moonlight, bound for a mountain and a dragon. But then his tone softened. He spoke of watchers, not of flesh and bone, but of presence, spirits or memories that stirred when the old places were remembered. "The land listens," he said, "and sometimes it answers." Eledor asked about the shard the elf had given him. The ranger turned it over in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. "It belonged to the foundation stone," he murmured. "The first stone placed before the rest of the fortress was ever built, meant to hold the memory of the place, not its weight. The memory still lingers." He returned it with care. The fire crackled between them, and overhead the stars appeared, through a break in the canopy. They both looked up, not speaking, as the night deepened. When morning came, the ranger was gone. Only the faint warmth of the coals remained, and a single mark drawn in ash upon a nearby stone, a rune for safe passage, used in the wilds by those who still kept the old paths. Eledor felt no sadness at their departure. The road was not meant to be walked with company for long. But these quiet meetings, they were part of the journey now. Gentle lights along the way. Each encounter left him with more than words or objects. They left him with a feeling, a knowing that his path was not random, not empty, that there were others, wandering souls, ancient and aware, who still remembered the world, not as it had become, but as it had once been. He walked on through the day, following the narrowing trail as it curved through meadows filled with golden heather and bluebells. The wind carried scents of lavender and pine, and once he thought he heard a distant humming, soft and melodic, coming from somewhere deep in the stones beneath his feet. The road continued, quiet and winding, but no longer lonely. The land had welcomed him, and now the stories had begun to follow. The stars came early that night, as if eager to watch over the land from their high, ancient perches. The sky had cleared since afternoon, swept clean by a gentle breeze from the mountains, and now it stretched wide and deep above the northern hills, velvet black and scattered with light. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver, just enough to cast a faint glow across the earth. Eledor found himself upon a quiet rise, a low hill tucked between slopes of heather and tall grass, where the wind whispered secrets through the blades, and crickets sang with steady rhythm. Here, beneath the sky, he made his small camp, not out of necessity, but instinct. It felt like a place where stories belonged. He laid out his cloak and kindled a small flame, just enough for warmth. The fire crackled softly, casting long shadows among the stones. Around him, the land felt still, but not empty. It was the stillness of listening, the kind of hush that falls when something sacred is about to be shared. He wasn't alone for long. From the edge of the rise came a rustle, not sharp, but deliberate. And soon, out of the low brush, stepped a figure, cloaked and weathered, carrying a long walking staff adorned with feathers and woven cord. Her hair, grey and wild as bramble, caught the starlight like frost. Her eyes, though old, held the calm certainty of one who had walked far and remembered more than most. Eledor greeted her with a nod, and she returned it with the faintest smile. "Stories cling to you, traveller," she said, voice raspy but warm. "I felt them as I crossed the ridge." He offered a place by the fire. She sat without hesitation, removing a small satchel and drawing from it a wrapped parcel, dried berries, root bread, and a tiny wooden cup which she filled with tea from a flask. "I am called Mirren," she said, "a keeper of the half-remembered." Eledor listened. She didn't ask him about his journey. She already knew it, not in detail, but in rhythm. Instead, she looked up at the stars and began to speak, not to him, but to the night itself. "They say there was once a song in these hills," she said, her eyes never leaving the sky. "A song sung not with words, but with stone and silence. Before the fortress was built, before the land was broken, the mountains themselves hummed with it, and those who listened closely could hear their names spoken back to them in the wind." Dor said nothing. The fire cracked softly. Mirren continued. "Before Carn Dûm was a fortress, it was a sanctuary, a place of memory. The first stones were not placed in conquest, but in reverence. The ones who came first, they were not kings, but listeners, dreamers who carved their thoughts into the mountain's roots, hoping that someday someone would hear them again." She took a sip of tea, but then came the cold, the shadow, the one they called the Witch King, and the fortress was changed. The song was buried, not destroyed, just hidden, like a candle placed beneath stone, waiting. Eledor looked into the fire where the flames moved like dancing echoes of her tale. "Some say the fortress still sings," Mirren said, more softly now, "but only to those who do not seek to use it. Only to those who carry questions, not answers." The stars above shimmered gently as though listening. Eledor stirred. "I heard something there. Not a voice exactly, more like a breath, a feeling." Mirren smiled, her eyes kind. "Then it welcomed you. Not all are received." A hush settled between them, but it was not silence. It was peace. Later, as the fire dimmed, Mirren pulled from her satchel a small stone disc. Its surface was carved with a spiral pattern, and in the center was a simple symbol, a star cradled by 2 crescent moons. "This was given to me by a Dúnedain elder," she said. "He called it a night mark, said it was used long ago to mark places where dreams touched the waking world, where stories became real." She passed it to Eledor. It was cool in his hand, but not cold, smooth like river-washed stone. Holding it, he felt as though the stars above leaned just a little closer. "They believed the land remembers," she said, "that stories never truly vanish. They echo, and when the time is right, they find new voices." Eledor looked down at the stone. "I never sought the story," he whispered. "It found me." "And it found you worthy?" she replied. not as a compliment, but as a truth. They spoke little after that, letting the fire and stars speak instead. Mirren leaned back against a mossy stone, humming a tune so soft it could have been the wind. Eledor sat quietly, the night mark resting in his palm. Above them, the stars wheeled slowly. No comets flashed, no signs were given, and yet something deep and sacred stirred in the silence. Something ancient that did not need to be understood, only felt. Eventually Mirren stood, gathering her things. "My path bends east," she said simply. "But the memory follows you. Now, guard it gently." Eledor rose. "Thank you for the story." She shook her head. "It was never mine. Only borrowed." With that, she slipped away into the tall grass, her steps light, her presence fading like mist at dawn. Eledor remained at the fire, now little more than glowing coals. He looked once more at the night mark, then tucked it carefully into his satchel. The wind sighed through the valley, and in it he heard something soft, not a word, not a message. Just a note, a single tone. The sound of a song not yet finished, but begun again. He lay back on his cloak, the stars watching overhead. The ground beneath him was firm and kind, like an old friend. And as he drifted into sleep, the stories swirled gently in his thoughts, not as burdens, but as blessings. The kind passed quietly beneath the stars, the kind carried not in books, but in hearts that still listen, the kind that never truly end. The sky was overcast the next morning, veiled in soft grey, as though the heavens themselves were deep in thought. The hills around Eledor's camp had taken on a hushed tone, muted under the cloudy light. The air was still, not heavy or ominous, simply still. It felt as though the land was holding its breath, waiting. He stood quietly at the edge of the hilltop, the memory of Mirren's stories still fresh in his heart. The night mark rested in his satchel beside the obsidian shard, the rune stone, and the worn journal where he had started to record the things he could not speak aloud. Though he had not planned it, though no path had been laid out before him, Eledor knew where he must go. He turned westward again, retracing his steps across the lowlands, through the valley folds and quiet meadows, until the black stone towers of Carn Dûm appeared once more upon the horizon. This time he approached not as a seeker, but as someone returning to something long known. The path welcomed him in silence. The doors stood as before, shut, unmoved, but as he neared, the rune stone in his satchel stirred once again, its faint pulse echoing softly against his chest. He retrieved the obsidian shard too, feeling the cool weight of it in his palm. Both items glowed faintly, not brightly, but enough to warm the runes upon the gate. The stones of the fortress responded, not with sound, but with presence. The doors shifted. Not in grandeur, not in suddenness, just a slow, patient parting, and Eledor stepped into the heart of the mystery. Inside, the corridor glowed with the familiar soft blue veins of crystal embedded in black stone. They pulsed steadily now like breath, like memory. But the path ahead had changed. Where before he had walked among murals and carvings, now he entered a great hall, long and vaulted, its ceiling lost in shadow, supported by towering pillars etched with flowing script. No dust lay. Upon the floor, no webs hung from the corners. This was not a ruin. This was a chamber that had remained untouched because time itself had chosen to step gently around it. At the center stood a large stone table carved in a perfect circle. Upon it, arranged with deliberate care, were objects, simple yet filled with presence. A small wooden flute, cracked with age, a book bound in bark and pressed leaves, a lantern filled with nothing but a soft, dancing light that cast no shadow. And in the center, a stone basin filled with clear, still water. Eledor stepped forward. He looked into the basin. At first, he saw only his reflection, but then, as before, the image shifted. This time it did not show ruins or shadows. It showed moments, a figure kneeling beside the first foundation stone of the fortress, whispering a song beneath their breath as they carved the first mark. A circle of builders, elves, dwarves, and men, gathered in harmony to shape something, not for power, but for memory. A child placing a carved charm into a wall, eyes full of wonder. Then the shadow came. The Witch King, towering and cold, entering the fortress not with armies, but with silence. A different kind of silence. One that smothered. One that stole breath rather than offered it. And then nothing. A long stretch of stillness. Eledor watched, his heart quiet, not disturbed. He understood now what had happened. Carn Dûm had not been built as a fortress of war. It had been a sanctuary, a place to preserve the echoes of all that was fading in the world, the songs, the stories, the names. A place where memory was carved into stone so that it would not be lost. But when the darkness came, those memories were buried, not destroyed, but hidden beneath fear and frost. The fortress, taken by shadow, had become something else in the eyes of the world. And so the story was lost. Until now. Eledor reached into his satchel and drew forth the night mark. He placed it gently upon the table beside the basin. The light in the lantern grew stronger. Then he placed the obsidian shard, then the runestone, and finally a page from his journal where he had written Mirren's tale in his own hand. The basin shimmered, and then nothing grand, just a soft hum, like breath returning to lungs that had waited far too long. The hall seemed to expand, not physically, but in presence. The walls glowed faintly, the runes along the pillars brightened, and the light from the lantern cast soft waves across the floor. Eledor did not feel triumph. He felt belonging, completion. This was never about discovery in the way one might chase a lost relic or buried gold. This was about remembrance, about rekindling a light that had not gone out, but simply needed someone to see it again. He sat upon the cold stone floor, the light warming the space around him. And there, with quiet breath, he reflected. The land had not called to him in desperation. It had called in trust, because it knew he would walk slowly, because it knew he would listen. There were no answers given to him in that hall, no voice from the beyond. But that was never the point. The answer was the stillness. The answer was being part of the memory itself. When he rose, he felt lighter, not because a burden had been lifted, but because something old and weighting had been shared with him, and he would carry it forward, not in speech, not in song, but in the way he walked, the way he looked at the world, the way he paused when wind stirred through leaves or when old stones whispered beneath moss. Eledor stepped out from the fortress once more, back into the open air. The clouds were parting now. The sun broke through in quiet shafts of gold, lighting the basin in a way he had never seen before. Birds had returned. He could hear their calls in the distant trees. The land was not louder, but it was warmer, as though it too had released a breath it had held for centuries. He did not close the gate behind him. He let it remain just slightly ajar, an invitation for others who might one day listen. He followed the winding trail down from the cliffs, through the forest now awake with light and colour. He walked for a long time, past the cairn where he had met Lindirian, past the glade where fireflies once danced, until at last he came to the crest of the hill that overlooked his quiet valley. The little cottage below still waited for him. The ivy had grown further up its walls, the garden bloomed, everything looked the same, and yet everything was different. He returned home as a man who had walked through memory, who had touched a place lost to time and found that it still breathed. Not for power, not for glory, but for remembrance. He sat that night beneath the old standing stone behind his cottage, his journal open in his lap, the ink slow and steady. He wrote not of ruins or relics, but of feelings, of stillness, of what it means to carry the past not as weight, but as light. The stars blinked awake once more, and the wind moved through the grasses, and somewhere in the deep of night, Eledor smiled. He had not solved a mystery. He had become part of one. Night had fully returned to the valley, cloaking the hills in a deep and peaceful silence. The stars above shone more clearly than they had in many nights, undisturbed by cloud or mist, their steady glow casting the softest silver sheen over the land. A calm breeze stirred the grasses, whispering across the fields like the breath of old stories, gentle, familiar, and content. Inside the cottage, tucked beneath the slope of ivy and stone, Eledor sat beside the hearth, wrapped in his old brown cloak, the firelight warming his face. The flames crackled quietly, casting golden shadows against the rounded walls, and the scent of pine filled the air from the wood he had gathered earlier that day. He held his journal in his lap, but he was not writing. Not tonight. His eyes rested, half closed, watching the gentle movement of the flames, while his mind drifted like a leaf upon a calm stream. The weight of the journey had settled into something lighter, something rooted. Not a burden, but a peace. A presence that would stay with him, no matter how quiet the world became. The story of Carn Dûm would not be spoken loudly in taverns. It would not be etched in great halls or sung by minstrels in bustling cities, but it would live. in his memories, in the path he walked each morning, in the way he would pause to listen to the wind or feel the stones beneath his feet, or notice when a flower bloomed too early or a star gleamed a little too brightly. And perhaps one day he would pass the story along, not with fanfare, but with stillness, to a friend or a wanderer, or someone who looked at the world not with haste, but with wonder. For the fortress was not just stone. It was a remembrance, a truth waiting to be touched by those who chose to walk slowly enough to find it. Eledor stood and opened the round window beside the hearth. The night air drifted in, cool and soft. Beyond the hills, the trees swayed gently in the dark, and the sky stretched far and open, full of quiet promise. He smiled. "Rest well," he whispered into the dark. It was not clear who he spoke to, perhaps the land, perhaps the stars, perhaps the memory itself. But the wind seemed to answer, rustling gently through the garden outside, and a single petal from the old flowering vine slipped in through the window, drifting to rest upon his open journal. Eledor closed the book with care and blew out the last lantern. The fire would fade in its own time. And as he lay down for sleep, wrapped in quiet and warmth, the mystery did not close. It settled like starlight on a calm sea. So now, my dear sleepy fellows, the fire has dimmed, and our tale draws to a gentle end. Let the stillness of Eledor's journey remain with you as you drift into your own quiet slumber. Let the wind carry your dreams along paths where memory and magic still walk hand in hand, and may your heart remain open to stories that speak. In silence, the fortress sleeps once more, and so too may you. Good night.